Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Well, wait a second. Just gonna... that's a little bit wonky. How do I... Hang on a second. If I just take this, I can move this down. That should be okay for now. Hey, welcome to another episode of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev, particularly doing a little bit of like look dev on some changes that we might be making to Insignia's kind of like, I guess, workflow. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Welcome. Void Playing Games. We've got Swizz UK here. We've got Pinchy Scree, Virtue versus Vice. Big thank you also to Lucian the Raccoon for the most recent follow and Elzac for the most recent subscription. Welcome. Let me see if I can just fix this thing here. 1 second. That should be plenty. And then if I go, whoop, a little bit more, whoop. Not quite. There we go. Good. Look. All right. So, couple people trickling in on YouTube. Welcome. I want to say a big thanks to the Monetary for gifting that sub, to Pinchy Scree, and Hohenheim. Thank you so much for the sub as well. We're going to hit a hype train coming in here. What's going on? You're all being so nice today. Monetary says, hey Adam, I wanted to express my gratitude for all of your tutorials and VODs. You've been a huge inspiration and motivation for me while working on my own indie game as a side hobby. I've been unhappy with my sprite work for a while now, but your A-Sprite Crash Course video is an absolute life changer for me. Because you're such an incredible teacher, I was finally able to get away from Photoshop. Animating sprites and editing time-lapse is so much easier now. So I wanted to say thank you. Thank you! That's a very nice thing to say. I really appreciate you coming in and giving thanks, I suppose. Hey, Swizz with the 100 bits. Hype, she says. That's, in my mind, that's what Swizz sounds like. No, I know what Swizz sounds like. Is that an Australian? I think we got an Australian voice, don't we? If you move here, you'll sound like that. Okay. So, yesterday, I said we'd be working on archaeology today. But I've had a bit of an issue. And the problem is that I don't... Swizz accent. Okay, sure. I actually don't know if that's... I can't really... How do I do that? Because my brain just defaults to like some Harry Potter thing, but that's not what you sound like. Actually, yeah. So basically, wow, I don't have like an... It's not an impression, right? It's just an accent. So what I was going to say was, yeah, I was going to be doing a bit of development on our archaeology game today, but I realized that what actually is the case, which I forgot to mention, is that I didn't get clearance to make my videos like perpetually public on YouTube, which means that if I was to stream, I'd only really be able to stream on Twitch, not YouTube, while working on the archaeology game. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but because I'm trying to build the audience here on YouTube, it's just a bit better for us to work on Insignia while on stream for the time being. Hey, Void Plane, thank you so much for those gifted subs. No, Swizz, what's happened? Let me read. Void Plane Games subscribed, and Swizz gifted 5 subs. Wow. Thank you so much. Sorry about butchering your voice. But that's it. That's what we sound like here on the stream when we're from the UK. Yeah, I did my very best. It's not great, but I think I'm dialing it in slowly. All right. So, if you got any of that jumble, what I was trying to say was basically we can't stream on YouTube. I haven't got clearance to save VODs on YouTube for the archaeology game because I think they wanted to, well, at least I said to them, because at the time I wasn't streaming on YouTube, I said that the VODs only stay up for like a couple of weeks, but they won't be staying up for a couple of weeks if they're on YouTube because they'll be up forever. So I don't really want to have a 2 different kinds of situations, and like I also don't have a thumbnail for the archaeology thing on YouTube. So for now, we're just keeping them separate. I might just do archaeology on Wednesdays off stream for a little bit until I've sort of worked that out. But suffice it to say, it's going well. I can give you a little bit of an update visually because that's something that I have put time into. So let me show you what's going on in the world of archaeology. Actually, I might just quickly change my stream title to say Insignia Visual Dev Changes. Look dev. Okay. I might just take in details away and just say Insignia. Cool. Okay. Do I need to whitelist it? Yeah. How come the YouTube link I post does not turn into a clickable hyperlink? It does for me. It looks clickable to me. Hey, Rupok Nation, welcome. Hey, good to have you here. So, we're ready to go? Yeah, so this is basically where I'm at. Yeah, last week I was kind of here, right? This is where we were at. Still pretty early days, looks-wise. And I was sharpening it up a little bit. After the meeting that I had with the client, I sort of like decided, we all decided collectively that we'd push up the plot size, so make this wall go higher. And I've also done a little bit of additional stuff in the meantime, so check out like this detail versus this detail. So it's gotten a lot prettier, although it's taking me a long time to do. It's like hours to get this stuff done. Certainly won't be doing this for Insignia, for Insignia's backgrounds, although I would love to do that. I also added like a little bit of vegetation and some outlines here and there. So we're kind of currently looking at something like this, which I'm pretty happy with for a single screen game. I feel like it's worth putting all this extra detail in. I love the dithering, and I'm actually kind of super... am I feeling a bit better tonight? I wasn't feeling that bad yesterday at the end of the stream. I was kind of like, you know, how do I put it? I think we could do it. We're definitely about to do a bit of an unpacking of yesterday's chat. So stay tuned for that. Let me go ahead and shift gears, I guess, into that. So let's save this, close it, and then just go to Armin, shall we? And we're going to talk about Insignia. So, God, I'm the kind of person who likes getting really meta, and we're kind of getting like meta on meta in terms of like how Adam's feeling about yesterday's stream, which is about potential changes to Insignia. No, it's okay. It's all right. No, I'm not. I mean, like, the stress does not come from chat. The stress comes from the work, and the work is in front of us. So it's not really a big. It's not like we can just ignore it. Hey, Rupok Nation, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So, what's important is to just sort of break down where we're at and what the next steps look like, I think, and then start doing them. So I'd really like to start mocking some stuff up, like even just one screenshot. So 10-foot view, more than 10 foot, 100-foot view, 1,000-foot view of the project right now is that we're going to take it from the very top. Yeah. So from the top, make it drop. Basically, we did a bit of playtesting on the demo about a month and a half ago. And it is metric. It's just a common phrase. We just use a lot of Americanisms. And planes talk about feet. We don't really talk about meters for planes for some reason. So basically where things are at is we did some playtesting, and I reasoned that we needed a bit of a story iteration to bring some urgency into the plot a little bit earlier. And the process of updating that, to me, particularly around level design, like explorable areas, I found a little bit time consuming. I mean, I'm finding it time consuming. So, not to get too deep into it, but basically that task, this is all sort of like coming to this question of like, hey, when is it time to send the game to a publisher and have them playtest it? And there are a few things that I guess for me, we've sort of done in the meantime. Even since GDC, I've been sort of prepping for this and adding little bits and pieces, little mechanics. And there are sort of like two questions. One is like, is the game ready? Like, is it good right now? Is it fun right now in the way that I want it to be? And the other question is, if it's not fun right now in the way that I want it to be, or if there are some aspects about it that I want to change, how much work is it to change those things such that for the following chapters, we can say very confidently how much extra work there is, how much work there is per chapter, right? It's about budgeting future work. That's what the main concern is, about budgeting future work, not really about whether or not the game's fun right now or whether what's there is good or that kind of thing. So what that led me to is a little bit of story rewrites, and then starting to do a little bit of retrospection and like research on adjacent pixel art games and where we might be suffering a little bit and where we could be suffering less when it comes to scoping, budgeting, and doing the work on the game. I think yesterday we kind of found ourselves talking about level layouts and art. And I do feel like that's a little bit of a tangent. It's not irrelevant, it's important. And there is a broader question about validation that we do need to get closer to an answer for, or like a really confident answer, where we're talking about when is a piece of work done and good, and how does that react to other things? Hey, Kakoa Kayang on YouTube, how's it going? And there are things we can do to the way that we build levels to make that easier to do, making things more modular. We also had a bit of a debate last night about whether or not prototyping is a valid, I guess the question would be whether or not there is a lot to be gained from trying to prototype things at an earlier stage. Like, where are the losses in our production timeline? Is it about prototyping earlier, Or is it about making things more modular so that they can be prototyped in isolation? I think on reflection, I think what this requires, this conversation, it requires specificity. That's my main thought process right now. Like, it's not about whether philosophically prototyping is a good or bad practice, or like, I mean, obviously it's a good practice, but like, you know, there is a strategy that's going to work for this game based on its needs. And there's a strategy that isn't going to work based on, or lots of strategies that aren't going to work on the project based on its needs. So I think the truth is somewhere between all of the suggestions that were being made yesterday. I think prototyping is something that we should be doing more. And I think that having the art style be what it is right now, particularly, I would say the biggest issue with the game's design iteration is the tile set. I think we can all agree with that. The tile set, not specifically this tile set, but the strategy around building tile sets for this game is a problem, because it kind of creates this, it sort of violates something. So right now, you know, let's just say we were doing gray boxing, right? Where we're just sort of taking, we're saying, okay, here's the player character, here's the level. Level's a big rectangle, and then we've got an enemy here, or we've got whatever, right? And we want to like add to this in a way that just lets us find the fun, right? We might want to build up a big piece of level design here and maybe have something here, whatever. You're going to jump up there and do some stuff over here as well. This, at a pure geometry perspective, if we're just talking about geometry, this probably, I mean, it could definitely adhere to a grid, that's for sure. That's not a problem. But right now, what this collider represents, whether it needs to be grass or needs to be a wall that's got timber slats on it, or more grass down here, or whatever, the identity behind this definitely doesn't need to be set as early. And, well, there's kind of two things. There's a few layers here of stuff that's kind of like all colliding at the same time. So you could build a level out of just colliders, right? You could just take a bunch of rectangles and just overlap them. I do this when I'm doing game jams. I just like make a bunch of colliders in the world, and then I just put them where I would want the level geometry to be. And then later I can paint over it. That's how I did it for Though I Walk, the Godot game that I made in October 2023. For Ludum Dare. That actually, we then had an algorithm that took the art and then made colliders out of the art. So that was actually a bit different. But earlier on, that's what I was doing. I was just making rectangles. And I think that this could be dangerous, right? If we just did the boxes to infinity and then, you know, you tried to then frame the game later, you might struggle. You'd have to have a really robust camera to be able to kind of track the action through these arbitrary colliders neatly, okay? So gray boxing, I think my hesitation with gray boxing yesterday had to do with constraints. And the unfortunate issue about this conversation is that the word constraint can come from two different directions. So your game could be like anything, right? Any shape. And there are things that you choose in your design process. You could say, I need the game to conform to this diamond for reasons that I think make the game more fun. Those are constraints, right? So for example, you could say the constraint as, I want my levels to always only scroll on one axis. They're either vertical levels or they're horizontal, or they don't scroll at all. Or maybe you would say something like, I only want 10% of my level designs to be able to scroll on both axes, because generally I want the experience to be tighter than that. That's a constraint. right? It's a design constraint. It's not a technical constraint that's based on hardware. It's just a thing that you say because you want to make the experience cohesive. So gray boxing, I guess, inherently could come with a lot of a lack of constraints. And it also does the thing that I was considering yesterday that I was concerned about, which is that it means that you can end up making geometry, or not just geometry, but you can end up pre-validating something. You can say, oh yeah, this looks good, even if like it's not feasible. So you get false positives on validation. You can say, oh, I've play tested this area and it's really fun like this. Therefore, it will be fun later. Hey, Duchesne R. I did answer, yeah, I don't think I will be. If it's just through the weekend, no, I don't think I have time. I think I'm too busy at the moment. I'll see. It's not my plan. I've got like 3 or 4 projects going at the moment. So the idea of like false positives is an issue. That's true, right? That's something to consider. But and like constraints. Lack of constraints could also be an issue, but it's not necessarily an issue. Right? That's kind of like what's important here is that these things, if you know your project, you can mitigate these issues. So if we're trying to steel man gray boxing here, we're trying to say, how could we do gray boxing in a way that works for Insignia? Or just insufficient. Validation. Data. That's also possible. Same sort of thing as false positives, but you can also just get no answer. So I think the question is something more like, when we're talking about prototyping, the idea is you have something that's very dense, that requires a lot of work, right? It's like a solid brick of whatever. And prototyping says, well, I need to know if this is going to work when I make it this big. So what can I take away from this polished thing to make it so that I've just got some frames from some framework here that just gives me the ability to sort of get an idea about what I want early, right? It's lots of volume, less density, right? Lots of content, no polish. That's what a prototype's job is. The thing that's important about this process is that what you take out, the stuff that's in the gaps, omissions, what you omit is the thing that's important. And what you preserve needs to be preserved. You need to have things in there that you're trying to test, and you need to take things away that aren't relevant to the test. That's the whole point of doing a good prototype. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to get good information about what you're trying to test. So the question for Insignia about what does a good gray boxing prototype look like? What would that look like? It's probably something where, well, one more step. The next question is on the road, well, not question, but the next thought is, What you preserve typically relates to your pillars, right? The thing that makes it valuable. What makes the game valuable? This cannot be absent from the prototype. The thing that makes the game fun can't be absent from the prototype. Otherwise, you can't use the prototype to determine if the game is fun or if it's going to be fun. So for me, if I think storytelling is a core thing for the game, if it's a core pillar, then the aspects of storytelling are core, right? They are. I don't think you can justify, for example, unless you like, how would I put it? The more you step away from what you need to tell the story, the more you step away from that, the more imagination you have to have, because the more risk there is that in the execution, it's not going to work. So like, I would say, film is such a well understood medium that when actors get together and do a table read, the table read is typically good enough to give you an idea about whether the movie will be well paced or fun to watch. Because you're getting enough of what makes a movie special, the character dynamics and the scenes in the order that they're in. You're getting enough of that it's clear that it's at least that stuff works. And then, yeah, like you might get the VFX wrong. You might get some of the sets just look terrible, or the costumes look bad, or that stuff can still happen. But as long as you're not using the screen test, as long as you're not using the table read to do that, then it's fine to omit that stuff, because that stuff's not dependent on what makes the table read good, I suppose. But I mean, it might be the case. I mean, certain things are important that you can't get out of a table read that can hurt a movie. Like, I think Fantastic Four's villain would have played a lot better at the table read than in the real movie, because I feel like it just doesn't land that well visually on the screen. The scale of things, the way that stuff just doesn't land for me. So definitely, they wouldn't have been able to identify that at the table read. But you can't do. Oh, really? I thought it was. I don't know. It didn't work for me. But maybe it's just because I'm a bit over comic book movies in general. But I feel like Galactus, like just to go there for a second, there was like, New York City or whatever, the city that the movie is taking place in. It's actually Seattle. And Galactus is described as a person or someone, a force that can eat worlds. Like, the planet Earth, is like a lot bigger than New York. It's like it's like you can't even see the curvature of the Earth if you zoomed out this far of New York. Galactus is like this tall. He's like just a kaiju kind of thing. So like, it's just right. It's just a bit like a letdown, I guess, a little bit, especially because like he kind of looks like, it's not just that. Like, I mean, that's fine. It's whatever. But like the way that they try to trick him in the movie, the way the plot is I just found it a bit hard to buy. I couldn't buy it because it just didn't make sense. Like, to me, meant like watching the things happen on the screen didn't make any sense. And also, like, I just find like his whole shtick, just the helmet and the eyes and the, like, it just, it's just a bit silly to me. I don't know. I just find the whole thing a bit weird. It just looks kind of hokey. So that's hard to swallow. Very funny. So for me, I guess coming back to Insignia, like the things that I worry about are pacing issues. And those are similar to like buying a moment on screen. Pacing is that same level of like abstraction where like you have to sort of like, the whole has to be working for you to like be immersed. So that kind of brings me back to just this question of like, what can I take away? Like what bits don't need to be there? Sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of like, there must be a speck of something in that area. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, like what bits don't need to be there in a prototype to successfully prototype Insignia? I think that the camera work and the dialogue currently are some of the most important stuff. Even the actions of the characters, like roughing out the animations could even be important, even as like still frames that are like blobs. My concern is that so there's layers here. I have considered that, yeah, of course. So when you prototype, what happens is you end up imagining what's inside of the cube. You say, oh, this isn't like this, but it will be better later. Okay? So what you're, in a sense, what you're doing is you're starting with a small cube and you're imagining the constraints. You're imagining the product with a set of constraints that you're not currently adhering to. So this wibbly wobbly shape, you're only seeing this, but you're validating all of this based on this, and you're assuming that when this scales, it'll fit all the wobbly stuff, or you're guessing what will need to get chopped off. So for example, I have a scene in Insignia right now where Armin, the main character, and Harriet, this woman who's the librarian of there's like an exposition scene, and she's explaining to Armin what's happening in the world and why his actions are important. Yes, Robert. Maybe I should do that. So in the prototyping of that cutscene right now, I've got these big rectangles that are like, there's going to be a big painting here. We don't have it yet. It's just a big painting. And the camera can zoom out and look at this big rectangle. And in my mind, I'm thinking, is that going to be enough? Or, yeah, I'll be able to add the art to make it enough. But that's not the same as me looking at the painting and saying, after having spent 12 hours on this painting, yes, it was enough, or no, it wasn't enough. Or, damn, I wish I hadn't spent 12 hours on the painting. So the prototyping question has this little caveat in that it expects you to be able to predict the cost of the missing stuff that you omitted and the relationship between those omissions and the stuff that you're trying to validate. So if we're trying to minimize work that we sign ourselves up for, the starting with a gray box can sometimes lead to scope creep because it says, well, we don't know. We haven't put the time and energy into making this big. And even though it's not what we need it to be right now, we can expect it to be what we need it to be once we put in all these extra bits that we haven't done right now. And we're assuming that those extra bits aren't too much work and aren't too expensive, and that we can do them and that they're all going to come together the way that we expect them to. That's a lot of unknowns. It can be really costly if you don't have a lot of experience in what you're doing. The flip side of that is what I've been doing. Well, I've been doing more of the flip side. And the flip side is to say, for example, here is a tile set. This is what the tile set looks like. Okay, I will make my levels out of these tiles. Here is a camera system. This is what the camera system is capable of. I will make my levels using this camera system. Here is a cutscene timeline system. This is what the cutscene timeline system is capable of. I will make my levels out of that. If you start with this, the constraints are already set, right? You know that you have to make something that's fun within this shape, because nothing, you're committing to the shape. You're committing to the features. And so you're hoping that when you build your wibbly wobbly shape of game, that it fits inside of this and is fun. That's kind of where we are right now on certain features of Insignia, where what's happened is we've built the prototype within the constraints of the features that I've built over the years. And now we're asking, hey, is this wibbly wobbly shape as fun as it needs to be? Does it fill the space? And is it fun? And if it's not, then what needs to happen is, the wibbly wobbly shape needs to go out here because actually there's opportunities that we're missing, pacing's bad or whatever. And now these hard edges need to expand. And the problem that I have is that my features are, particularly the tile set feature, my workflow, I should say, not just the features, but the workflow makes this line super rigid. Right? Super rigid. Makes it really hard to expand and shift and change to envelop that new wibbly wobbly line. So 2 options, right? You set the constraints first and then you prototype and build within, or you do a really light prototype and you define the fun and then you set up the constraints to meet that. Or you hope that it meets your invisible constraints. You always have time and budget constraints, but like you haven't committed those yet. Both can be costly. I just think as I'm learning to build the game, I'm learning which things are best prototyped in which ways. That's the hard lesson that we keep having to come up against, is like, oh, actually, this thing that you prototyped this way, this isn't leading to, an experience that we like. I just got confused. Lesson 333, welcome. You can shave down, but the problem is sometimes, the shaving down is about compromise, a different kind of compromise. And what tends to happen is if your features don't support, if shaving down doesn't let you explore certain opportunities, and you've identified those opportunities as actually being critical to certain pillars succeeding, then it's a problem. Like if you make a game that's about story and it doesn't have any animation, and you've identified that animation could really help your story because of the, you're describing a lot of things happening on screen, but you don't have any graphics. It's possible that you could identify that actually, like, it would be really valuable for us to have animation in the game that needs to be there, but we haven't budgeted for any animation. Now you need to decide, well, can I just tell a story that doesn't require graphics? Or do I need to increase the budget or the scale to include the graphics? That's kind of where we're at now. I think for me, the reason why I find it difficult to compromise a little bit on the storytelling is that, well, I mean, you sink costs everywhere, right? You sink costs everywhere. for Insignia, one of the costs, one of the things that we've kind of sunk a lot of time into is the storytelling engine. The storytelling engine for Insignia is pretty robust at the moment. It's complicated. There's a lot in it, but it can also do a lot. This timeline system with the dialogue, with characters walking around and the camera moves and all that stuff, this feature is it's got a lot of potential. And I don't know many indie games that can do this stuff, that do this kind of storytelling that's very cinematic. It's kind of it's not just floating text boxes. It's everything coming together in concert the way that a movie would. Characters are moving, walking, we're sort of watching something. The question is, if we just chucked that away, would it make the game easy to make? The answer is yes, of course. Of course it would. But looking at our wibbly wobbly shape, that is the game, sometimes there are pillars of the game. Let's call each dimension a pillar. So you could say story. We were talking about this yesterday or a couple of days ago. It's this could be story. This could be action. And this could be exploration. Oh my God. Okay. And it's possible that the current set of features push the game to being better suited to being more about story or more about action, just because of what's already there. And if I was to say, let's just scrap the story, hypothetically, let's just scrap it all together. Even if we chop this off, the resulting shape just doesn't have quite the same surface area. Or maybe certain features have a lot more headroom than others. Maybe the action systems in the game could carry the whole game as they are right now. And I'm only exploiting this much of them. And I don't even have to change any features. I just have to build more stuff. And there's tons of potential in this action component that I'm just not exploring it, right? So what I have to do is look at all of the things that the game can be right now easily, or all the things that I'm planning for the game to be, and ask myself, where is the lowest hanging fruit for a really fun experience? And where is the lowest hanging fruit for an experience that is ultimately going to be really valuable to players, not just, and selfishly tells the story that I want to tell. I like the idea of building a world and telling a story. If you told me that the most successful version of the game would be a roguelike that has no story, I'd have to really think about that, because at a certain point, it's just what I want to make. So when we talk about prototyping for the future of the game, we have to think about it in terms of this perceived potential value and which aspects of this perceived value we're trying to leverage and prototype and assess, so that we can have a really knowable future roadmap of the game. We can say, yes, we're going to do X, Y, Z, and that's going to take, W amount of time. Because we validated it through the prototype and we got all the answers we need to get based on the things that we care about, such that the surface area of the shape that is the game covers as much value as possible. It's as valuable as possible. People are really excited to play it. Looks good, sells well, marketable, in the most knowable amount of time. That's really what we need to do. And we've talked about places, areas where there's a bit of give. That's what we were doing yesterday, really, before we got a bit sidetracked. We have potential here. in the environment art, in the character design, in the scope of the plot, in the tile sets, in all these different areas. For me, it's really, I think, a question of like, you can slice this a few different ways, but the big question is, what things take the most time and what things apply constraints, here it is, which things create these hard lines, and are there any things that create really hard lines that we don't actually care about? And are those things blocking things that could be very valuable or we've already identified are really valuable? And I think that's why we spent so much time talking about environment art in the last couple of days, because I think the environments, yeah, here it is. Oh, I'm landing on it. I'm landing on it. Pacing is something that you can do with lots of different things. Okay. If you make a Metroidvania with no plot, you can still have a really well-paced game with a wonderful world that's laid out really interestingly, if the world is interesting to move through. You might not need as much story if the world is pulling you through it because it's so inviting and interesting. So how the values are distributed is critical in determining what you should cut or what you can cut and how you should put, space your effort out. And for me, I'm noticing that right now there's a lot of plot. The plot doesn't mesh that well with the puzzle platforming. They're kind of separate concepts. Like when we're doing story, we're not really doing gameplay. So world building tends to be a little bit better of a mesh with gameplay because you can be experiencing the world while you're in it, right? You're running around caverns and halls and these like historic places, and you're getting a bit more sense of the world. You're being propelled through it as you traverse it. I mean, that's what a Metroidvania does. So Insignia, the plot's not going anywhere, but it's really a question of like, right now, should we be relying on the plot at all times to provide player motivation? Or should there be enough space created, not space, attention or motivation created by just the freedom to explore? When I reflect on what I wanted to make in 2017, that Souls-like propulsion of the game sort of pulling you through the world is something that I think that we lose currently. We lose access to that with the current tile sets because they prohibit me from doing really interesting, unique mid-ground art assets and creating variety in the spaces for security in terms of just level geometry being manipulable. But I think we're learning that the security that we get, having the level geometry being auto-tiled and really manipulable like that, that security isn't worth anything, because actually what it promotes me to do, what it's been encouraging me to do, is make these kinds of levels here that aren't even that good to begin with. Like, the tile sets give us the power to make levels that are sprawling. But the sprawling levels are the ones that have all the issues. So it feels like a Tetris line clear moment to me to say, hang on a second, is this helping me or hurting me to put all this effort into these tile sets? And particularly, we're going to get to some work, I promise. I think particularly, the question comes down to, where is the effort being placed? and how much of that effort is being converted to value. There's this story, we've talked about it on stream a couple of times. It's not really got anything to do with game design, but I actually think it does have a lot to do with this problem. It's a story about like filling your life. And the guy, there's like a man and his son, and the man says, "Son, I have a bucket. I want to fill that bucket with basketballs. Can you do that?" And the son pours the basketballs into the bucket. And the man says, "Is the bucket full?" And the son says, "Yes, Dad, the bucket's full." And the man says to the son, "I have this bag of golf balls. Could you fill any of the golf balls into the bucket?" And the son says, "Yes," and pours the golf balls in. The golf balls fill all the gaps between the basketballs. And he says, "Now is the bucket full?" And the son says, "Yeah, the bucket's full." He says, "I have this bag of sand. Pour the sand in." And the son pours the sand in, and the sand fills all the gaps between the golf balls and the basketballs. And then he says, "Is the bucket full now?" And the son says, "Yeah, the bucket's full." And he says, "I have this extra bag of this sack of water. And I pour the water in." The son pours the water in. "Now is the bucket full?" "Okay, the bucket's full now." "Okay. I have this bag of dark matter." So when looking at this, right now, if I was to think about the bucket that is Insignia's environments and the effort that goes into filling the bucket, right now, the tile sets are sand. Lots of granular elements that fill up the space, but the sand is boring. The sand doesn't have any unique features. If you were traversing the sand, it's a lot of sand all the way down. But if there's a golf ball in the sand or a basketball in the sand, as you go through the sand, you're a little ant now, you think, "Oh, this is the part where there's a big basketball," or whatever. And we just found a little golf ball. And it's about like the fractal nature of how we as humans store information about spaces as we move through them, right? Like a landscape is flat. There's not much going on. But if you put a mountain on it, now the landscape is interesting. But when you're in the mountain range, okay, now it's flat again. So if you have more hills and crevices and stuff, you can start to say, "Oh, okay, now we've encoded some information into the space. There's the mountain. We can think about the mountain. That's easy to save, easy to store. And on the way up the mountain, actually, there's a few different landmarks that we can remember. It's easy to remember. Oh yeah, as you're walking up the mountain, there's this little peak here with like one tree on it. This is the one, and we can give it a name. This is One Tree Hill, right? If you can't do that, it's really hard to pace and be interested as you walk up the mountain. If the mountain is a flat line, you're going to get really bored about this far in, and you're not going to make it to the other side because it's like you just can't, there's no novelty in the movement. And in Insignia's kind of like level design workflow, the difference in stuff over time is very low. It's like, here we've got some green grass and brown dirt, and some foliage in the back. Here we've got some green grass and brown dirt and some foliage in the back. Here we've got some green grass and brown dirt and foliage in the back. Here we've got some green grass, and it's sort of just like that the whole way through a level like this. So it's harder to appreciate, like, where are the things in this level that take up this much space? There should be like a couple of basketballs in this bucket. At least that's something that I personally would think would make these levels more digestible. Personally. And I think that because the other parts of the game's level design, where there's more towns and stuff, there's more uniqueness. It's more interesting, generally. Going through these areas where there are these big landmarks, it's sort of like the novelty of just being in a new space. It carries it a lot better, I think. Now, there are other things about this experience. I don't think that it's possible for me to sit here and armchair. Yeah, I have less than 3. That's actually where the issue is right now. In the playtesting, I think that's where it falls down a little bit. And so I was going to say, I don't think that I can sit here and armchair philosophize why Hollow Knight's levels are more samey but don't suffer the same amount of issues. Like, I think it's something to do with the fact that Hollow Knight never promises you information in the world like that. You're never like looking in the background. I have played a bit of Clair Obscur, yeah. I'm not finished yet, but I've started it. I'm about 5 or 6 hours in. So where I was going with this is, I think Insignia makes you a promise and then doesn't deliver on it in areas like this. And I think Hollow Knight never makes that promise, so you never worry about the fact that it's not delivering on it. That's my guess. That's what I think is happening. Like, Insignia is this world where things happen. There should be story in the spaces, and like, it's not supposed to be. I mean, like, you don't know that you're in. This is the other thing. Some of this is like big, broad strokes things, and some of this is like just very minor things. So, like, I think when it comes to just storytelling in general, just giving the player some anticipation, some heads up that they're going into an explorable area can be enough. But you have to let the area be explorable. Like, a lot of it, I think, is just signposting with all the different values that the game can do. The characters, the cutscenes. If there's a threshold that you cross and now you're in the forest, like in Pokemon, going to the Viridian Forest, it's okay if it's just a forest, because that's what you're supposed to be going into. Whereas Insignia right now, it's not really doing that. So I don't even know if I would say that, like, this is a problem. It's just that the game never tells you to go into exploration mode. It just says you're sort of in story mode the whole time. And so you end up in this sort of in-between space where I've got some story stuff happening, but you're sort of in exploration mode. It's the partitioning of the experience is not great. And again, these anthill levels are the problem. I think it's not, like, I made the choice to, like, put story characters in this level because I thought I was a bit insecure about, well, I needed a place to put them, and I was trying to, like, fill the bucket with stuff. But I actually think that taking this away would mean fewer gear shifts, and it would actually make this easier to digest, I think. But critically, there are some things, other lessons that I've learned that I would want to apply here, which is that I'd like for these characters to be optional. I'd like for these experiences to be optional, particularly even the anthill structure works a lot better if it's optional. Like, this is a bit more of an anthill level. There's no problem with it because it's off the beaten path. You sort of know that it's something that you can complete, and then once you're done with it, you can exit. Whereas the main quest line, the main path, should be one that's a bit more has more clarity about what you're doing and where you're going and what you're supposed to be achieving. Unless the story insists that you're in like a, hiatus sort of space, or you're running away and you're in the wilderness. If the story says you're in the wilderness, I think it's fine to do more sparse storytelling. But this part of the game, I think it just doesn't really know what it's trying to do with your attention. So it's just sort of this rolling, you're shifting between first gear and second gear a lot here, and you're not getting where you're supposed to be going. So we've talked about that enough, and I don't really think that it's necessary to Hollow Knight's comparison to Insignia. It's not a very useful comparison. I think we just should be talking about what makes Insignia work. But I think the point that I'm trying to make here that's really important, the critical thing here, is that right now, Insignia's spaces are unfocused. And I think the tile set gives me license to make unfocused spaces because it's flexible, but it's only flexible in the geometry. It's not flexible in the depiction of what's being drawn. Like, it's like you can have as much grass and dirt as you want, as long as it's grass and dirt, But that's not really what the game needs, space-wise. I really think this would be better as like rooms that are set up to teach you specific things, placed end to end with some branching paths, where each room is at least a third, well, at most a third of the size of this, unless the room is a specific puzzle room. So chunking the experience a bit more clearly, I think, would help us validate and prototype and have less dependency. And that chunking would also allow us to do more cinematic things, visually, environment background wise, without needing the tile set to be so flexible. I don't think the tile set would need to be flexible if the chunks were smaller. And I think that would give us the space to then do what I would want to do, which is we're talking about the sand, right? Right now, again, this isn't like the most important thing we should be doing on the project until we fix it. It's just like this is a skew of work. This is like one stream. But if we look at this tile set, think about how much design, like think about how many shapes there are, right, in this set. I had to personally refine all of these shapes. I'm still in the process of doing it, technically. There's stuff that I have to do that's like on my to-do list for this tile set. What value am I getting out of those shapes? If I literally put a giant rock here, that would be more interesting than adding a rock here. Or if I put a statue here, or anything, literally anything bigger than one 32 pixel block, or what could fit inside of a 32 pixel block, anything would be better than more shapes. Because there are so many shapes and they don't give us anything. So that comes back to this test here we were working on, where like, this is really interesting to look at because there's different levels of scope. There's different sizes and depths and shape, and there's stuff that's happening. But the detail level is 0. It's like, how many shapes are there? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like maybe a dozen shapes on this screen, 2 dozen tops. Think about how many shapes are in this block. Like 60. And when it comes to producing pixel art, the time investment is about shapes. It's about the edges between one color and another color. This is an edge. Me refining this means looking at it and going, oh, okay, I should do this, 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 this to make it more straight, or whatever it is. I'm making decisions about lines. And this, beautiful as it is not good value for money. When it isn't currently doing the stuff that I would want it to do. It isn't giving me the space to build these beautiful vistas. So I'm starting to get pretty convinced that strategically, something closer to this in the future is better. And I don't think that the end goal is something that looks like this. It's not on. I'm not trying to like get to this level of detail. I'm actually considering ending at lower levels of detail. Like I'm considering at landing on somewhere where if I do a watchtower, it just doesn't have. I mean, this was done in 2018. If I was to draw this watchtower today, I wouldn't make every brick a separate brick. I just wouldn't do that. But I bet you I could make it as impactful as this, just with less work. I bet you I could make it look just as interesting. Because I'm concerned, looking at chapter 2, and I know that there's a lot of interesting art in chapter 2. Swizz was saying, Squiggy Things was saying, there's a lot of interesting art in this, but it's really, a lot of this is really unrefined, and it has gone through a lot of iteration, about as much as Orenstead has in terms of like just playing with shapes and detail. And I know that like people have seen this and go, but this looks great, Adam. For a dungeon, it is good. But I'm still missing. Sorry, Swizz. It was actually a mistake. I didn't mean to say you. I was talking about Squiggy Things. I think it is a mistake. Like even this doesn't have the big, large statue in the background, or the architecture, or the whatever. I mean, these are nice. These are pretty good. They're cool, and they're actually quite efficient too. Like this is the style. This is about the level of detail that I should be going for. Because this was like an hour tops, I think. This is okay as like a variety for this, just to spice it up a bit. But like these things here, I don't think I should have to do these. Because they're actually unique assets and they took a long time to make. Like I just don't know how much value there is in like committing to a tile set strategy that requires me to do all of these extra one-offs. It's not consistency, no. No, it's actually, it's more, what's the word? Logarithmic diversity. That's what I want. Like if you have a big space, you want the big space to be divisible in such a way that you have a really nice mix of big things, medium things, small things. There's some kind of rule here, some quadratic something that when I'm building a screen or whatever, you have this like it's like maybe it's like a Fibonacci thing, maybe it's the golden ratio thing. I don't know what the logic behind it is, but like there's something deeply related to like aesthetics and cognition that I think currently, in order to reach that with my current tile set system, takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to make some of my levels feel appropriately diverse in the scope of what's on screen. This level is beautiful, I think, because it does that very well. It's like big mountain in the background, hillside in the midground, tree in the almost foreground, and then you've got the small noisy shapes for the tiles, and then you've got your level of, your eye can go bing, 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 bing very easily. It's easy to digest this. The focus, do you know what it is? It's kind of like in real life, our vision uses depth of field. So like there's like some things that are really detailed and in focus. And as you go out from the things that are in focus, your brain like selectively ignores things, but your peripheral vision still works. It's just that the peripherals aren't looking at the same resolution as like, what do they call it? Foveated rendering. Right? Your brain inherently knows how to create hierarchy in what it's looking at, so that it goes and creates a nicely, structured thing. But if everything's in detail, then it's actually kind of harder to look at what you're looking at. Like the hierarchy isn't there. So like in the frames in Insignia, it's like if you took all of this away, the blurring, and everything was fully in focus, that's kind of what it looks like right now. And that the structure in pixel art, it's hard to do because you don't typically blur pixel art. So for me, it's not blurring, it's levels of detail. So here, low detail, fewer colors. Here, high detail, lots of colors. Kyber Creaker says, I think you're overthinking it. I don't think so. I think that this is what... I mean, we're on a tangent. But I think like this is accurate. I mean, this is what you learn in design school. Maybe I'm doing some analogizing here between things that are sort of related, but not necessarily one-to-one. But that's not to say that they're not similar or like that the relationships aren't correct. My point is that it's hard for me to do. I want to do more with less. That's all. If you just want to summarize the whole thing, in Insignia, I need to be able to do more with less for the rest of the game. Full stop. That's it. Even this, I drew this and I was like, oh man, it's so undetailed. I need to come back to it. And I've never come back to it. Because it's like meeting the MVP that it needs to meet. It's doing the job that it needs to do. It could even do more. I could add like other assets around it, but like the detail is actually probably right. Maybe it could be a little polished, but I don't think it's hurting the game at all to be at the level of detail that it's at. It doesn't hurt to be this somehow. So, but this hurts me. No, it doesn't. It doesn't influence the game experience, Kyber Creaker, until it does. Because it changes the development experience. which changes what comes out in the designs. I don't think this is a bad level visually. I don't think that this is ugly, right? I don't think my levels are ugly, but I think that they're boring, these explorable areas. I feel like, I mean, this is a nighttime sort of lighting, but alpha weapon progress. Certainly not ugly. I'm not making that claim. I know that you're not making that claim, but the design of the level, I think, like as a place, I think it might be a bit boring. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've just been looking at it too long. It's just lacking like something memorable in it. I could be overthinking it. I could be. I probably am. Yeah. I'm not even looking to make the claim that this is, you know what? I think boring's not even the right word. I just think I'm not getting a lot of value for energy in this room. Hey, Bilbo, thank you so much for the sub. And I feel like, do you know what else? There's something that I notice that affects like a lot outside of just are the graphics pretty? Like, my composer for the game, Morgan, when I tell her to come into here and write music, she's going to ask me, well, right now, this uses the generic adventure music. It doesn't have its own theme. It doesn't have its own theme because there's no reason for it to have its own theme. Why doesn't it have its own theme? Well, not everything should have its own theme, but the fact that I can't say anything about this that's specific, the fact that I can't tell her this is the scene where this happens, so it should sound like this. When something is non-specific in that way, because there's too many things that happen in here and none of those things are big things. It's just lots of little things that happen in a big space. It's just harder to like direct a scene like this. I just don't know. It's just harder to say what it is because it's a lot of different things. No, I don't think so, Creepy Brow. I also think there's one more problem with this level. I've talked about this yesterday, but I will reiterate it. We'll reiterate it. In fact, it's literally, I think we talked about it here. The problem with this level is there's so much glue. There's so much liminal space. Like, let's block out all of the areas that aren't actually level design, but are instead just areas that are used to be in between places between two other areas. Like this, there's no gameplay here. This, there's basically no gameplay here. This, there's no gameplay here. This is kind of not really gameplay. This is kind of not really gameplay. This here isn't gameplay. This, anything where there's like a bunch of jaggy stairs, there's no gameplay. Obviously this is nothing. Actually, this also is not gameplay. So like, there's so much stuff that's just there to get to be between the other places when a level is like this, that it's kind of just like hard to grasp when you're supposed to stay put and enjoy something. Like this is like an action sequence. It's like, oh, there's some like level design here. There's like a puzzle with a feather. There's a chest. This feels like a place where design has gone to make the game feel like a specific thing. This is sort of like a cutscene room. This is a cutscene room. I would say, and then this is a little set piece here. There's some design there. And like maybe you could argue that there's a little bit of design here, but it's a bit awkward. Kind of, that's right, Penpaul. It's like, you're sort of waiting for things to happen in the red spaces. I'll make these story. So, I mean, the blue, like, it's pretty abysmal that in this period here of space, there's not really anything to do except what's in this blue shape. Well, the doors, unfortunately, doors create friction. Like, right next to this in the current demo is this level here. And this level's got some stuff to do in it, and it's like fine when you're running around in it. I actually quite like running around in this level. Luca made it, so I'm not as fatigued by it. But in general, I can't see that level from here. Going between this to this takes like a second and a half. And then there's also like this little foyer area and this foyer area. Neither of them are gameplay areas. Like you can't achieve any game progress here other than going into this door, and you can't achieve any game progress here until you get to this. So from fighting this bee to fighting this snake is about 8 seconds, and you can't do anything in the middle. Yeah, what I need to do is put Subway Surfers in all of the areas that are red. And I think in a game like Blasphemous, the world encourages you to look in the background sometimes. You know, as you're walking through the world, you have something else to look at. This is kind of like on screen the whole time, like my mountain. Or this. As you're running, you're going, whoa, look at that. So I think it's just that my games, I just have a feeling that like, it's fine if this area literally doesn't have the story elements and was just a fun jungle gym to run around and attack stuff in. But it's not that. It's just not that. Where is the other one? The Watchtower level's much better, in my opinion. I don't have the same problem with this one. Because like there's like kind of a clearest set of layers, and like the gameplay running left to right there's just more structure. It's like, oh, you fight this thing and then you do this, then you fight these guys, you do this, come up here, and now you're on this layer. Or you fight this guy, you run down here. Oh, you could either go up or you go forward. Okay, I go forward. Okay, and then I get to this. The Dungeons and Dragons moment, the campaign, this is just DM'd better, you know? Because you sort of like, the space between significant features is smaller. It's also like got a destination that I can guide you towards. It's like, we're going to the watchtower, you know, and everything's like, it's like a big triangle that leads up to the watchtower. Even that is like better than this, particularly because there's no destination. Where am I going? Why am I going here? Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? It's constantly bumping into things that are requiring attention from you, but that aren't actually giving you what you thought you were going to get. So, with that all said, I'm getting a bit tired of talking about it, to be honest. I think we've really distilled what the problem is here. Not DRY, but single responsibility principle is kind of almost like what we're talking about for some of this stuff. Like, I think the levels need to have purpose. The spaces need to have purpose. Like, in this space, I'm teaching you this. In this space, you can find this. Anyway. And we've decided already that we're going to chunk this out. I'm already feeling a lot better about all of this stuff. Do you have any advice for someone who is trying to figure out what the purpose of each area is and how long the game might be? Are you saying for my game or for designers of their games? Like how to answer those questions yourself? I think the key to answering these questions, what I'm learning, what I'm finding myself doing is, we talked about it here. You have your gameplay pillars, right? These are the things that you want the player to experience and feel. They're the most important thing. They are what your game is, right? These pillars at their core. They're the elevator pitch or the thing that you think makes the experience valuable. So for me, let's say it's storytelling or exploration or puzzle platforming, right? Those are the things that I care about. Those things exist as features in the game, okay? The features might be, it's a camera system, a cutscene system, a puzzle platforming series of player abilities, okay? And your player abilities form a set of things the player can do that at the start of the game, they either don't know how to do or they haven't unlocked yet. And so if you take all of the abilities that your player can do, and then you take a bunch of experiences that teach the player those abilities or test the player on those abilities, right? You could say, oh, okay, all of these things, this is tested by that. This is tested or taught by that. This is tested or taught by that. You can start, you have a set of building blocks that your game is as experiences. And for me, I think it's as simple as taking all of these and making them, starting with the assumption that each of these is one level, one room. At the very least, if you start with that, you end up with something where every single room has a purpose and the player gets through all of the content if they go through all the rooms. I think that's the right way to do it. Is having cool hair a requirement? You should tell my wife that, because she's making me get it cut. This is something that the level we were just looking at, violates this by not really being about any one thing. Delilah, exactly. Actually, it's trying to do too many things in one room. It's trying to be ABC as a room, and ABC aren't even connected to each other in this case. Yeah. I actually think I'm going to get it cut purely because of the grays. I'm actually starting to get really insecure about them. There's so many, the roots are so gray that I think it's time to just go short. Like, oh my God, what is happening, dudes? It's just, what it is that my hair is going gray. And so like this is a different color to this. And it's like, it's crazy, dude. What the hell? So I think I should just cut it so that it settles down a bit. Like, I think it just needs to like be more even from here to here. Maybe by the time I grow it out next time, this color will be here, and what's here is white. I mean, I'm coming into my Jacksepticeye era. Have you seen what his hair looks like now? Man's gray. You know? I think that's just where I'm headed. This is what my hair is gonna look like in the next 2 or 3 years. So I should just get okay with that. The hairline's okay. It's okay. It does go a little, it's definitely running away at the tops. You could probably, if I really wanted to, you could get something for that, but I'm sort of learning to be okay with it. I think I just have to be okay. I'm not going to go super short. I think I'm going to go like, if this is my head. I think we're going to go reasonably short here, and then ponytail here, and then lot up the top, and then big side fringe here, buzz cut here, and then flip that over there, No, I think I'm just gonna do like a bit longer at the top, and then like just shorter on the sides, and just let this go. Anyway, do you know what I did? I made a huge mistake. I just realized what I did. Oh, I showed her a picture of me from like when I was 21 and I had like emo hair. Oh, that's what it is. She's trying to turn me emo again. Oh shit. I just figured it out. I had hair that was like, I had the sweep and it was kind of flicky on the edges. This is my ears. I had it straightened. And she wants that. And I didn't have a lot of facial hair at the time either. It was pretty like young looking. Okay, I see. I see where this is headed now. That's what she wants. No, the beard's not going. Some of those pictures are pretty Chad though. I did look good in some of those pictures. It was very sort of pop punk rock circa 2007. Not like full emo, but like sort of like, my brain wants to say The Strokes. Or like, yeah. Just a little bit. It was a bit indie. You know, this kind of thing. This sort of situation. No, you're not getting that picture. I just want you to just like what's here. You don't have to compare me to what I used to look like when I was young and attractive. All right. So, what do I want to do right now? I'm going to ignore you for a bit, chat. Sorry. I think it's just time that I'm really happy with all this stuff. I feel like I'm digesting it. I feel like there's not much else that I want to learn from this exploration. I kind of get it and I'm ready to move on. I'm still very anxious, and I think that's more of just like a personal psychological thing that I'm trying to overcome, and that's okay too. I would love to do a bit of experimentation on what a tile set for Insignia could look like that wasn't a tile set, like the blasphemous approach, basically. I think that if I went for something, it's basically between Blasphemous and Nevermore, that I think there's something valuable there I should chase. In terms of like background art, like looking at this, see how like it's not a tile set, it's just chunks of stuff that just go together. Some of them are like, it's sort of like, it's not like there's no tile sets, but the tile sets aren't, well, there's no slopes, that's for sure. Do I kill the slopes? I could do it. There's no slopes and everything kind of sort of just fits. I mean, that is a tile set. It's boring to look at, but the background's really nice. Gameplay density is also just something I think we should just prioritize. Or otherwise player movement speed. But I don't think that's going to work for me. I think slower is better for me. It just means that I have to be smarter about the game design. That's kind of what's happened. We've talked about this already. Like how much game should be visible in one screen. Like here, there's one enemy, and that's okay because the enemy is the whole gameplay. Or like there's one jump that you can see. But in Insignia, because we're doing all the cool fancy stuff, you need to be able to see more than one jump at once. You sort of need to be able to see like quite a lot of game design in one look. Although this view is pretty similar to Insignia, actually. Yeah. I also want to be clear, like, everything I've been saying the last, like, 2 days, I've been talking very, like, even yesterday and today, I've been speaking very orthogonally. I've been like, we have to do this instead of this. We have to do this instead of this. But it's not that. Like, when I make these changes to the game currently might look like this. Or whatever. What I'm proposing, when I say we should be doing this instead of this, what I mean is like shift by like 20% in that direction. It's not like categorical differences that I'm talking about. It's more just like subtle shifts that hopefully save me a lot of time. I'm not saying like remake the game. I'm just saying like, if the game's going to grow in size, it should grow in size in this direction, not in the other direction. Because growing in this direction will make it really complicated and harder to expand. Growing in this direction will hopefully not do that. So having it be this by the end instead of this, right? Similar shape, just in a different direction. That's all we're really talking about. Like everything I'm looking at in this blasphemous thing, it's like technically like Insignia kind of does do most of this stuff. It's got like a one-off here. It's got these things here. This is a tile set. My Insignia has a tile set. It's pretty much like the same. It's just like it doesn't have stuff like this. These like really, I mean, even that probably is a tile set to some extent. Yeah, possibly. Pretty similar. It's just a bit more, I guess, diverse to look at, maybe. There are more one-offs. I mean, this level's very close to Insignia, but like some of these aren't. I should probably, what I think I need to be doing, if I want it to be like really, really, really optimal, Like the best practices version of what to do in the future for Insignia would be like this. This is much more interesting as a tile set in that it's not, these aren't like solids. This is like layers with much more, like my columns fit inside of a 32 by 32. None of this fits inside of a 32 by 32. It's just, they designed a cool thing and then they gave it a collider. And maybe it fits into a tile set, but it doesn't necessarily fit inside of a 32 by 32 tile. It just fits on the grid. So I think that's like being on grid, but not necessarily in a tile is one lesson that we could take. For geometry. Like, look at this. Look at how much stuff is in this. Anyway, so yeah, the best practices way about going about this would be something like this. Like I just said to that commenter who was asking about what they should be doing, I should be doing that too. I should sit down with the player character controller of Armin and say, what things do I want to do in this game? And then I should say, let's mock these up. And then I should say, let's design what these things should look like, these moments. And design the whole environments around the things you can do in them. That would be good. It's really hard to commit to that. But that would be the best way to do it. Focus mode is not a lie. I can see chat again. What are you talking about? Don't ask me why I can see chat. I wasn't looking at chat during all that time, but I am now. Yeah, wall climb pizza cutter was what is now just the wall climb ability. Because previously I was thinking it would be like a rotational thing, like the hedgehog, but a thing that goes on the sword. But it's just a different ability now. This was another thing. This is actually kind of philosophical, or like core to the game's principles in the way it's designed. There's a moment in Blasphemous here that we saw just a little earlier where the player solved a puzzle by knocking a tree down to cross a gap. That moment is environmental puzzles, and it's not a player ability. There was also a part where the level design, there was something in the level that grew and shrunk around the player, like platforms that like grew into existence when the player ran up to them in the snow area. That's also like a level component that just reacts to the player state. Now, I designed the ensigns to be such that, here they are. I designed the ensigns. In my brain, I see them as, see this here? In my brain, I see the ensigns as not that. I see the ensigns as things that let the player interact with the world exclusively. So like, rather than the world morphing around the player, it's just like, these are 16 things you can do that do things with the world. The issue there is that there are only so many things you can do in the world in a game that's just a normal platformer. Like, you can jump up, you can dash across a gap. Like, the list of things people do in platform games, you can do the wall jump up the same wall, you can wall bounce up 2 separate walls. Like, those things are pretty explored. And I've got abilities and moves and things you can learn to do basically all that stuff. But then there's other stuff, like having floor that's like sand. And when you see sand, it means you can dive through it, for example. So I could have an ability that lets you dive through surfaces. But what that would mean is I would have to have surfaces that are designed for that player ability. And this begins the conversation of designing the world for the player's abilities. So like, the forward dash is useful right now because it's a flaming forward dash. It has a hitbox on it and it sends you across gaps. That's useful regardless of what the world is made of. It's not a material question. It's just a physical movement question. But outside of moving across and moving up, you sort of have to create problems in the game that the player then can solve. The only thing is, like, what I like about this and this with the leaves is that what's interesting about them is they have layers. Like, knowing, like, there are some puzzles in the game that are they're not explicit, they're implicit puzzles. It's like, I've got the thing that I did in, this is the trauma puzzle where you go, right? That's a really cool thing. And the only way you can do it is if you have an ability that sends you downwards, forwards, and up. 3 separate abilities. But technically you don't, well, in that game you can only start the abilities from solid ground. So in Insignia, you don't need this. You never need an ability that sends you down because you could just jump down unless you're moving through some sort of a liquid. But yeah, this is the conversation. So do I need surfaces and materials in the game to make 16 abilities worth of ensigns? A la the Celeste, the Nebula material. Right, in Celeste, you very quickly get to this part of the game where, you're starting to come up against spaces and the abilities let you do things through the spaces. I think like we could have that in the game. I'm not against it. I just need to. And then there's like objects, right? So like this is like, oh, there are like specific level objects that you interact with that create puzzles. I think we kind of have to do all of them. I don't think it's categorical, like yes or no, but I do want the mixing and matching to be things that the player has access to based on the enemies in the level. Like, I really feel like that's the thing that makes Insignia interesting. So I guess the thing that I'm kind of a little concerned about, because this is like in Insignia earlier, we had like the spiders, right? We had the spiders on these nodes. And you could use the spiders to get across the nodes based on attacking the nodes. So if I attack this, the thing goes brrr, and then like becomes a straight line if you erase that. And then the spider would do something like send you upwards. So there would be like a gap here, and I could let the spider walk across the gap, attack the spider here, and then you could go up there. That's a cool puzzle, but it can only be done if there's a spider here. So I like the idea of creating a bunch of levels that only become really obvious that they're puzzles after you start getting abilities and then get recontextualized later. Like the idea that like, you know, if there's a wall, it happens in chapter 1 right now. If there's a wall with these slats on it, before you have a sword, you can't jump up the wall. Once you get the sword, you can jump up the wall, but you can't climb up the wall. So if I put a ledge here, until you get that ability, this is just a thing you can't do anything with, and you don't have anything to think about. Once you know you can go up this, now every time you see this, you go, oh, I can climb up that. And then if I put just a normal ledge here, now this is like a 2-part puzzle. You can go whoop, jump off and then use the flame charge. It's this thing where it's like, I only need to add one explicit thing in the level design to turn a bunch of level design into a puzzle. Because I think what I'm a bit concerned about is, well, maybe it's not a big deal, but I was thinking like, imagine I've got a version of like the flame charge where you can only go across wires. There's like wires in the level. Let's say they're like ropes and stuff. They're like hanging around. Maybe there's just like general platforms or things in the level design that are just like that. And you just fall straight past them unless you have the ability. And then when you have it, you can kind of zip around on them. Or another one would be like, well, yeah, let's just take that. Is that too specific to see this and then this and go, oh, I got to use A and then B? Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't have to be that complex. I'm just like a little bit turned off by the idea. Like one of the ones that I'm really a bit anxious about is this idea that like, okay, what if there's an ability, there's like a certain kind of wall that's destructible. And whenever you see the wall, you use the shoulder charge or whatever, Wario style. And you have to barge through the wall. It's like, now it's just obvious all the time. You see this, you do that. You see this, you do that. It's not like puzzles. It's just like a thing in the level. It becomes a little more interesting when the shoulder charge is in an enemy, like a rock enemy or something. That's a little more interesting because now it's like, I see the wall, I have to go find the rock. Yeah, like the hay bale thing is a bit better. Like, I like the idea that when you go into a level, you see a bunch of level. I mean, it's always about the mix, I think. Like, what is the mix? Maybe we can categorize it. We're already kind of in this ballpark, but maybe we can categorize it as like, if there's 16 or 12 abilities in the game, every color, so we divide that up into 4. Every color has one ability that's just like a straight jump. One ability or like a straight cardinal direction. So there's an ability that sends you down, an ability that sends you up, one sends you forward, one sends you back. And they're a little bit stumpy compared to the rest, but they're just free movement abilities. And then every color has one ability that helps you go through some medium. So right now that's the walls, climbing the walls would be the green's second ability or its medium ability. And then the yellow would be like something that, like the sand, you can dig through certain things. So you would have like, and then red would be crashing through walls, hypothetically. And then blue would be, I don't know what that would be yet. And then you would have maybe one thing that lets you interact with like a class of specific objects. So maybe there's like things that can catch on fire and the flame abilities all make that thing catch on fire. All of the red abilities do it. Or yeah, and then you would have that for every kind of thing. And then there would have to be one ability. I've got one. I've already committed to one that works on enemies. So like a red ability that pushes enemies away, a blue ability that pulls enemies in, a green ability that throws enemies up, and a yellow ability that pulls them down. I think actually that makes a nice little triad. It's like every color has 3 abilities, and each of those abilities, one of them moves the player, one of them goes through a medium in the environment, and one of them affects enemies. That's quite straightforward. I'm actually happy. That would be fine. Why don't we just commit to that? They already sort of, I've already mostly committed to that as a strategy. Okay. Yeah, I know the yellow paint issue. Oh, yeah. I think we're good. I think we're pretty much there. I think I just solved it. Hey friends, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Yeah, okay. I solved it. And I think 16 abilities is maybe too many. I think have we already committed to 12 or is it 16? When I go to this scene, and I go to this not item craft sequence, discover crucible, there is a moment where we get, where are they? Crucible cutscene elements. There we go. Cutscene burst effect, split effect, and then it's how many? 16. So we could add one more. That's no big deal. But I liked the idea of 12 because it was the octave. A whole octave is 12 semitones. That was really cool. We can always just split these out. It doesn't make a big deal. I think it's actually just a procedural anyway. So I just need to delete 4 and it'll spread out evenly. Because I've just got ensign components, shadow components. Yeah, 16. And I just populate them with abilities. So yeah, that's not a big deal. We can figure that out. Okay. Well then what that does is it means that our budget for our tile sets is now just that a tile set can be whatever the hell we want, as long as it supports having objects in the level that can be interacted with via the abilities. So these 4 kind of elements. As long as we're at that point, it's no big deal. Okay. It's not a lot for the player because you only have access to 4 at any one time. That's how the ensign system works. There's only 4 slots. It's 12 unlockable abilities in the game, but not 12 equipable. You already get 3 in the first chapter. Yeah, each color at a time. That's right. 1 of each. Okay. So then maybe it's time to do... I don't think we're far off with this thing here. I just think we could just do a little bit better, maybe. I guess the other side of it is like these walls. Should they, right now, what they are is it's like a tile at the top, something repeating, and then a tile at the bottom, and it integrates pretty seamlessly with the ground. And what that does is it lets us make level design, right? It lets us go, okay, here's a level. We got this, we got this. The alternative would be to design the spaces and then just later design the visual components to work with the spaces. And not worry about the 32 by 32 or the 16 by 16. Just worry about, we've got this geometry, we've got these features, and the feature's job is to map to geometry, whatever it is. Like what the pulley system. The pulley system is not, it's on the grid, but it's not part of the tile set. Maybe everything that's interactable should be more like that. Where we just like spawn in level elements at grid positions based on the prototype layer. I think they've been pretty successful for the most part, these pulley systems. I've been pretty happy with it, actually. This was me trying to do something a little bit more varied. You can see here, like, I'm trying to do a big statue element, but it ended up being like just a bunch of tiles. Again, I think 32 by 32 is not a bad baseline. I just think that the process of how I mock this stuff up needs to change. I think I shouldn't start with a grid that then turns into a tile set. I think I should start with a screenshot that then becomes a tile set. Or elements that fit into a grid. I think that's the key. And the screenshot can be whatever we want. I need a break. How is that different? Well, if you start with a mock-up, you're not forcing yourself into a box of 32 by 32 pixels per thing. Okay? The difference is literally, if you look at Blasphemous, this is not designed to be a set of tiles, this tree. Or this, right? This column that's coming out of the ground here did not have to be designed as a, oh no, we've only got 32 pixels per tile, so we have to make it fit inside of a tile. Instead, they could have just drawn this and gone, here's a cool thing we drew. Here's a cool door we drew. As long as it fits on the grid, it doesn't have to fit in the grid. As in, as long as the start is on a 32 and the end is on a 32, as long as it fits within the bounds of a bounding box that's on the grid, that's all it has to do. It doesn't actually have to be made of grid pieces. That's what I'm really saying. You aren't set up to do that. It's not about technical capability, it's about workflow. Like if I sit here and I draw a cool door, I say, here's the player character. They walk up to a giant door and I draw the door. I say, this is the door. Cool. I made it as big as I made it because that's what cool looks like to me. I think it would be cool if it looked this big. And then I say, oh, how do I make sure this just fits on the grid? Oh, okay. Do this, there, finished. Okay. That's what starting with a mock-up and moving to a grid does. Alternatively, if I start here and I say, now I need a door, what I'm motivated to do is go, okay, well, I don't know how big my door is going to be, so I'll draw a top of a door, I'll draw a middle section of a door maybe, and then like a base of a door. And then I'll just tile this. That's what this is. That's what the ladders are. The ladders are a base, a middle, and a top, and then some looping bits. But what if like it would just be cooler if the ladders were just like a lot bigger, like they just were wider, or just more awkwardly, like more like edgy. You know, maybe it would be better if they weren't inside of this very specific thing. And there's no need, they don't actually need to be anything. They sit on top of the tile set, on top of, this is the geometry. These just sit on top. So like, I'm creating an arbitrary rule about how these should be based on just like, because I promised myself, because I'm inside of a grid, because I'm inside of a tile set file. But if I was like, let's draw a cool ladder for Armin, I might just like do whatever. I might just like make it more, you know, chaotic. I don't know. I might have like just other stuff happening around it. Maybe there's like a stake in the ground or something near it, or like a couple of things that are broken, and I'll just draw some stuff and then figure out how to make this fit onto the grid. But I'm not even doing that storytelling moment when I'm drawing this. The story ends here. I can't think about outside of that. And you can see here, it's like, oh, there's a stake, but it's like, it's a tiny stake because it has to fit inside of the little grid. But what if it would just look cooler if there was like a bunch of swords and shit on the ground? Like, I'm not encouraging myself to make cool design decisions because I'm stuck in a grid right now. It's not about the code. It's not about attributes or anything like that. It's literally just the visual design. That's what we're talking about right now. My game isn't made of tile data. My game doesn't detect that a door is a door because there's a door tile there. It actually just is a bunch of door game objects anyway. And in fact, a lot of my doors in my game are like this. So like this one here, I drew a cool thing and then I placed it on a door. So this is a door game object here that happens to have this big sprite on it. And the sprite I just drew to make it look cool. And it's got some layers and whatever. But like more of the game should be that. More of the game should be, I drew a thing that looks cool and then I gave it a function and conformed it to the space. Rather than I drew a bunch of tiles and I need to make something that looks cool out of the tiles. How reliable are polygon colliders? Pretty reliable. What are you trying to do with them? But broader than this, the more important thing is that like it's actually the question of like it's not just the ladder. It's like the ladder in the level. Like what would be a cool level design, environment design for this that would work well with all the elements. You know, maybe these stake things are also seen over here, or you know, the composition of the shot, right? Maybe now there's like shields as well. This is a battleground and there's like shields stuck in the ground or on the floor. All of this is informed if you have a cohesive thought. Right, you're looking at the whole thing as a whole, and then you start making decisions about the pieces. I just don't do this. I just haven't been doing this. Instead, I go here, I make this thing. In fact, it's kind of what I did. Oh, it's nothing. It's not a gift. That's just me scribbling. This mock-up here is where I started. This tile set started as this, which is good. It works. I like it. It's just it just needs more. I just think I can push, like the elements are kind of interesting. Like, oh, there's some columns here. Oh, there's a little bridge here. This kind of looks like, do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of something that a YouTube video I used to watch. Agnes Haya. I think it's Agnes. Runa Haya. Now Runa. I think they're trans. This set of videos spun me out as like a young pixel artist. Like really put me on like a imposter syndrome path. I'm proud of where I am now, but this tile set is very much how I currently do things. Okay? Because it's geometry based. You start with geometry and you build the geometry into pretty things, but it's still geometry. This is what Insignia currently was informed by. And it's pretty, but you can see how I got where I am based on this, right? You can look at it and go, if I was to make a whole level out of this technique, what I get is something that looks like this. This is where Insignia is right now, where it's like, yeah, you made a big level out of repeated elements that are mostly not that big. And not that interesting. It's a space. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful screenshot. It makes for a great parallax. But trying to think of a game that would be played here and what abilities the player would have is not, it doesn't like motivate me to get inspired to play the game. It's actually just, this would be a great flyby for an asset pack. Right? This is an amazing asset pack. This is a great asset pack. But I'm not making an asset pack. Yeah, it's some of the most, I mean, it's the most beautiful pixel art. I think it's pretty much up there at the very top of pixel art ever, in my opinion. When I look at this stuff, it's like incredible. I still think that that Ronar is one of the most talented pixel artists there is. However, I don't think this strategy works for Insignia today. Given what my skills are and what my game is. It's not about organic Swizz so much as it is, I mean, maybe organic's the word. Organic makes it sound like we're talking about trees and plants. It's more like I need more variety. I don't, no. Grids are good. You need the grids. I need a tile set. But that tile set, I don't think that the tile set can be just a tile set. It's the place versus space. We keep talking about it. We go over and over about this. It's literally that. More place, less space. That's it. And not, again, you don't have to throw out a tile set to do that, but we just need more place. There needs to be more things in this space that are things that gel with the tile set and whatever. Yeah, the farmhouse, for example. But you know what I think makes a game? It's not the art being pretty. It's the screenshot giving you the moment where you see something in the game and that tells you what the game's about. So this has no mechanics in it, except this kind of feels like there's maybe some mechanics here, but when you start playing the game, you realize this isn't a mechanic. It's that you can't see the mechanics here. Like, or a story. There's no story and there are no mechanics in this screenshot, as pretty as it looks. I can't see what this game is about. I don't know where the tension is. what you can do as a player, I'm not seeing anything. So if I take that same logic and I look at actual screenshots of the game, I fear that it's the same. Like here, there's something for sure. Putting the enemies in, it's like, oh, this guy's shooting down at me, maybe you can parry or whatever. That's cool. But like these level elements, the geometry, it's like, what's its purpose? This is kind of interesting. Like when I look at these, I think wall jump. Like straight away, my brain goes, oh yeah, you could do this. But the game does so much more than that. There's so much more interesting stuff than that. I think one of the biggest problems with the game... Oh man, we've come full circle now. I was going to say it at one point and then I didn't say it, but now we have to say it. I was worried about the levels being too obvious. Like if I make a wall that looks like you can wall bash through it, isn't that too obvious? But actually, a wall that you can wall bash through is much better than a wall that you can wall bash through that you can't tell you can wall bash through it. Or like this here, you can do something so cool against this wall across this gap, but you can't tell that you can do it just by looking at it. Until you watch the GIF, this screenshot tells you nothing. Like the geometry of this little GIF does not tell you that you can do something cool here. And so, because I can't plant a puzzle in your brain with the level design, the only way you can get excited about it is if you've been playing it for 20 minutes and you start to learn about what the abilities do and how they work. And even then, you still need to be able to fit that on one screen to really plant a puzzle in someone's brain. I can't commit Inception if the level doesn't have, if it's not visible. Mario Odyssey is much closer to Insignia than any of these other games. And in that you steal abilities from enemies. And that you can see where that comes into play. Let's see if I can find this level. At a certain point in the game, the objects in the level, the environment features start informing what you can do with the level. There you go. There's the line writing. So let me see if I can give you an example. There's these little birdie boys you come up against. It's the white paint in Portal, Portal 2. Like, oh, this is perfect. So like, let's come back a bit. Okay. So this, I mean, maybe this even could be better as a screenshot. Like, or maybe this is kind of a bit late, actually. Let me see if I can go to the very beginning of this level to where these get introduced. Well, like, there's like a specific spot I'm thinking about. Is it this one? Actually quite a bit before this. Oh no, yeah, it's right up to here. I think the video is buffering. We're not lagging. I'm just being still while the spinner does its thing. Yeah, I mean, you call them affordances in UX design. like seeing this and going, oh, okay, I need to get that little bird ability. And now I can do this thing on this level. So now when I'm playing the game, like I can tell what I have to do next based on what I'm looking at. And you can start getting creative about that. I mean, even those boxes, they're pretty good. Like you can see the puzzle there, right? You look at it and you go, hang on a second. Hang on a sec. I've broken boxes before. I can see there are boxes there. And this here, the grate on the window, gives you the kind of impression that you can look inside and see you can just see the coin. So now you have the puzzle in one view, in one camera shot, and it's clear what you have to do next. I think that Insignia, being an indie game, needs to, like, it would be beneficial from a marketing perspective if it could showcase itself like that. Where when you look at a screenshot, you're seeing things that can be interacted with in a very specific way. I know we're sort of, what's the word? There's a push and pull here. There's tension. There's tension between, I want the puzzles to be complex enough that they're not so brain dead, but also I want players who don't even know how to play the game to be able to see things. And infer game mechanics. It's somewhere between the two. I think that the pulleys are a pretty good game mechanic right now. Like seeing this without the label, even this is kind of interesting. Like it looks like a game mechanic. It's just like, oh, what's that do? If there was like an enemy on this thing, if this was also some kind of like enemy encounter, that would be even better. Maybe I put a Martin at the top. Yeah, like that would be perfect. Like if I had like an enemy at the top of this thing in a screenshot and then the player is down here, that in my brain, it's like, to get the enemy, you have to go up there and attack him like that. Like there's sort of like a little story that plays out visually in the set piece. Yeah. So anyway. You know, even going like having there be like very specific like plating, if this was like weird offset plates of metal. Even that is like, oh, what's that? What do you do with that? Like make the surfaces really obvious. That already is like, oh, there's game design here. This is a thing that you can interact with. Now, I'd have to be careful because obviously you have to make sure that it looks like you could even do something with it. But, I think it's important to do more. It's also important, as we were saying yesterday, it's also important that we do it in a way that's lower detail overall. So much planning today. Oh my God. We're almost most of the way through the stream. Jesus. So like, how do we get somewhere between what we were just doing and what we were just talking about and this? What's the intersection of those two things? I have to do a mock-up. I have to. So let's do a mock-up of chapter 3. Right now. We're going to do 960 by 540. We're not going to use all of that, but we're going to put almond in it. Oops. And this is what we're going to do. I've done this so many times, actually. This is crazy. I feel this is so familiar doing this. Like, we're already kind of getting there. Hang on. You can see I've done this a lot. Some of these are really old. Yeah, so old. But even this was better. Like, I just needed a bit more. I think I just needed a bit more motivation, like clearer ideas. It's all just experience, isn't it? So like this is, I think I also need to make sure it's like action focused, not just environment. I think we need to think about what you do in the space as priority. Hey, Robin Rhombus Head. So coming back to, do I still have those? Yeah, this was fun. Does it still work? So you can't go across here. You have to use the flame ability to get across. That's fun. And then this needs to have the flame ability. The slide. Well, I was a UX designer before this. So now the only way to get out is to do it just as quickly. So, see, I did gray box. See? I've been gray boxing. That's gray boxes. You hate UX? Well, UX is game design for not games. I don't know what I was trying to do with that. I don't know what that puzzle was. Hey, it's PhD. Welcome. Thank you so much. UX is just implementation details. Well, Willikers, I think we're just interested in different things here. If all you care about is systems, then yeah. But experience, like why even have products if you don't have users? What's the point of building a feature if it's not for somebody? And then isn't it interesting to think about how the features should be rather than just what they're made of? Because they're for somebody anyway, at the end of the day. Anyway, I'm not going to try to convince you why UX is rewarding or interesting, but I think so. I think it is. It's like saying you just want to make game mechanics without making a game. So, yeah, I think actually stone columns. I do just want to make game mechanics without making a game. Okay, well then you're then you're just a programmer. That's what you are. You're an engineer. You're not a game designer. And that's fine. We need engineers. So I'm trying to think about what went wrong with these processes. I think if I start with function, where does UX end and UI start? When I hear UX, I picture myself doing UI. UX is problem solving. UI is what the solution looks like. So like UX, wait, you guys don't know what UX is? UX is when you have like, let's say you're Tinder, okay? You're in charge of Tinder, okay? Tinder is a dating service on a mobile phone, and you have a bunch of users and you have the business, and the users have needs and the business has needs. The users want to match with other people. The business wants to somehow monetize that. They want to get more users in and they want to make sure that people are having a good experience. UX is how should the users have access to the other users such that they find each other? What does a match look like? What should the rules be? It's what does a profile page, what information should the profile page contain? What data do we collect from users? Not just what do the buttons look like, but like, can you send a voice message to somebody? How do you send voice messages to people? Are they one shot? Do you just record them, or can you cancel them? What happens if we allow people to record messages and then listen to them before sending versus just recording them and as soon as you let go, they get sent? How does that change the behavior of how people use Tinder if when recording their voice messages to each other, they can't edit them? That's UX. Let's prototype it. Let's make a version where we match two people and or let's A/B test something, or all of the research that goes into figuring out what works and what doesn't work, how it should work. That's UX. Down to like even algorithm design is UX. Like designing how YouTube's recommendations algorithm should work. Right? How when I go to YouTube, what shows up here is UX. How much text do I get in a title? Do I get a thumbnail? This GIF? Deciding to put the GIF there is UX design. Why does the watch later button show up or the playlist button show up? What icons should they look like? Maybe the UI design tells me what the icon looks like, but whether or not you can even press this button here, that's UX. Like what exists, not just what does it look like. Having the choice to have more options here, even the fact that this exists twice, like this shortcut versus this here, those are UX choices. The collapsing here of this and the more button there, like I hate it, but that's a choice they made. Double click to fill the screen. That's all UX. It's all of that. How it all works. Engineering is how do we make it work to do that. UI design is how does it look, but how does it work is UX. Okay, so yeah, looking back on the differences between all of these things and where I'm at right now, I think what I'm kind of missing is maybe just some more interaction focused stuff. I think that's really it, right? Interaction focus. So let's say we've got a space and I've designed some puzzle. Let's go back to the core puzzle, right? There are a couple of core Insignia puzzles in my brain. I'm just deciding right now. And one of them is the wall jump dash across the gap. That's like a core puzzle that I've just never really seen in a game before this one. So like, I mean, it probably exists somewhere, but like it feels original in the context of Insignia. So what would it take for me to design that moment in a way that was where you could tell that that's what you had to do in the game just by looking at it? I mean, maybe some wind. I mean, it's not a solution, but it does something. If the goal was follow the wind, oh, hang on a second. That feels like a game design element. Oh, we don't have those in the game right now. The feathers are cool because they say get here. But we don't have a button that you can press or a thing you can do to see places that you can go. Little dares. That's actually a really freaking cool idea. Like a hint system almost. Shit. Save that little nugget for later. Oh, damn it. What? I never thought about that. Okay. I mean, is there a way we could design... Probably shouldn't design the level around that. But I suppose you could. What else could we do? Something like dangling. You'd have to be careful not to make it look like you could physically touch these things. So maybe the dangling thing's not great. But maybe it's just there to tell you that this is the top or something like that. Let's just bring that back. Definitely like create some variety in the ground. I mean, for sure, you would do some sort of like a wall, right? And then you would put like windows here to sort of indicate that you could go up. Maybe you would use light for this, you know? You could guide the player with light as well. Way more motivated that way. Yeah, of course I've thought about it. Yeah, speedrunning comes up a lot. Yeah, I feel it too, Elzak. Like I'm literally designing the background, and this isn't sustainable to do it exactly this way, but I'm designing the level in such a way that you're moving towards the light. I'm designing the structure of the space in such a way that you want to move like across. It's more like linear, I guess, in a way. But I think it makes me think about like what what this is made of. Like, I wouldn't put this parapet I just placed here. I probably wouldn't have bothered with that if I didn't have the freedom to just make this whatever I want. Yeah, I really admired this about Jump King. All of its level design is bespoke like this, and it told such an interesting story just in the spaces, you know, like you go in the kitchen and then you go in the, and it's like, nothing has any story in it. You know, I could put a little thing everywhere that I want you to dash across a gap. I could put a little flag there. I know that's a little bit like, okay, but still, it would work. Yeah. You're probably right. Oh, dude, my brain. I just thought of something so cool. I feel so bad that I didn't think about some of this stuff earlier. Oh, God damn it. You put a torch here? I feel so stupid. Are you going to get it? Who's going to get it? So now I don't need this. I just show you the embers where you have to jump across like that. I can spawn those in already. Yeah. And then this should definitely have something like on it, I think. Even, I know it's way too obvious, I know, but it just... If we wanted to keep this, like, if we wanted to be as bloody obvious as possible, that's what I would do. If this was like a jam game, this is what I would do. And I have a feeling that jam games are actually like... Yeah. Yeah. The torch definitely could be an issue, but I'd have to maybe do another one down here or something like that to make so that you knew that you couldn't. Or just make it a different color. You know, make it more part of the background or something. But I think designing the game from the mechanics up is like so obvious. But it's not even a at the start thing. It's like I think that you should always treat your players like they're pretty dumb. Because ultimately, like, it's not really like you are always going to be an expert at your game and your players are not. So what's dumb to you is going to feel, it's not going to be dumb to them because they're not you. You're already speaking in a language that they can't understand because it's your language. I think it's like, yeah, don't assume that what you're doing makes any sense to anybody. So like dumbing it down might just end up making it just normal, you know? That's what, like for me, it's like I always feel like I need to be much smarter than I am with my designs. It's like, oh, I need this to be so much more subtle. But it's like, do I need for it to be more subtle? Or do I just need to make it make sense? Like maybe by default, it doesn't make sense. Making things make sense is already hard enough to do in a game. Being clever at the same time is like, well, that's a luxury. How is this going to translate into a workflow where you can delegate? I don't have an environment artist yet, so it's not really something that I'm delegating yet. I'm still the sole person responsible for environment art in Insignia. Delegation is more about animation, music, sound effects for now. If we get an environment artist, which I want to do, but don't know if I have a budget for right now. If we get one, then we can talk about that later. But this is not intended to be... I mean, delegation's really about like pedagogy. It's just about formalizing the process and then like teaching that process to somebody else. But this is like what Insignia is. So right now, it's not really my priority to give that to somebody else. This is like the most core thing. So I'm probably the person who should be handling this anyway. Also, just... No, it is tied, but it's tied into how to speed up my workflow. Not how to make other people's... Not how to make my work somebody else's work. There's two things that we were trying to do yesterday that this has a part of. One of the things that this relates to is making the levels have more purpose. Which makes them more, like, making the levels have smaller purposes, which makes them easier to validate, which makes them easier to rearrange for pacing purposes. That's the first thing. That's what a lot of these changes are for. The other side was getting less bogged down on assets that don't provide gameplay semantic value. So tile sets that are very detailed, but that don't have any actual, they don't do anything for the game. Or they don't tell story, they don't serve mechanics. So that's what this exercise is for. This is like, what if I was designing a space purely thinking about mechanics? And only to demonstrate one mechanic. So for example, I got these vines, right, that climb up the walls. When you kill the vine, you climb up the walls. But right now, the vines aren't part of the level design. They're not in the backgrounds, they're not anything. The vines are objects in the levels. But imagine if the vines had much, much more like visual design in them. Imagine if the vines could break through the tile set in a more kind of like interesting way. Hardest thing about this approach is probably that changing distances of jumps, dashes, etc. might become even more difficult than with the tile sets, although the paradigm of smaller modular level screens helps mitigate, of course. Well, the point here is that I still, after doing this exercise, I would still need to go through the process of thinking about how to make this more modular. But the modularity would be, this is the top of the jump, this is the bottom of the jump, and then there's something repeatable in the middle. Like, I'd still make it so that I could make this work if I needed to do this. Well, we know what should happen. This should just go up. So on the grid, yes. But on the tile set, no. If that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. And I wouldn't, I mean, like, I'm doing that now. That's how I do it now. It's just, I think I could push it. Like, if we go over to here, okay, we got this level Luca and I made. And the level describes Armin's capabilities. here. So like, what does one jump look like that you can jump without touching a wall, a normal jump, okay? Now, what does a jump look like where you have to grab the wall with an extension? Okay. What does a wall look like that you need that power to cross? And we've counted out how many blocks. And most of these blocks are in blocks of 64. So that's 128 pixels. That's 3 times 64. This is 4 times 64. So even in terms of game design, talking in terms of 64s, even if our tile set's currently on 32s, but I think the game the game state should be playable on 64s. You heard it first, folks. Insignia coming to the Nintendo 64. Because I'll tell you why. It's actually kind of annoying when the difference between being able to make a jump and not make a jump is one tile. Like, the game shouldn't have jumps that are like 5 tiles and then jumps that are 6 tiles. It should have like 4 and 6, or like 3 and 6, or like 4 and 8, but it shouldn't be like 5 and 6. I don't think it's good design, because you want to be able to look at a jump and go, I can't make that. Or, oh, I can make that. But not, oh, I don't know if I can make that. I feel like that's not really where we're headed anyway. Which means, coming back to this thing, the base unit of this grid, when we're designing things this way, could easily be 64 by 64. So it just needs to be able to loop at that level, one of these. Or some multiple of those every, that loops or whatever. What the heck is going on right now? What key is stuck? There we go. Yeah, I think that I'm ready to make that change as well as a designer for this game. I think I'm really tired of designing things that are sort of nebulous. I think I'm just ready to have it be a bit chunkier, a bit more deliberate. I'm tired of not being understood as a game designer. Like, I'm tired of like designing something and people like scratch their head about what to do with it. And I think, I mean, it's a lot of areas of the game are getting better in that regard, but like, it's already interesting enough that it doesn't have to be so. Again, I'm not that worried about it being obvious. There's already a lot of different game mechanics and ways we can add challenge. Pretty much, yeah. You know, we've taken a long time to get here, but it's pretty much at the point where like, the thing is, these constraints, they're actually bound by things that are sort of immovable. We were talking about this the other day. Like, if I want you to be able to do this puzzle, yeah, I need you to be able to see this puzzle on one screen, right? So a 3-beat puzzle that fits on one screen, this is 640 by 360 right here, okay? So you certainly can't jump this high. The height Armin can jump at there, that's about as high as I want him to be able to jump ever. Like, if we make him jump further than, let's just say he can jump this high, well, at a certain run speed, jumping that high will let him jump across that in one go. So like, you kind of have to lock in a radius that the player can do on their own without any special abilities. And then your level design has to be a certain margin outside of that, so that they definitely think, well, I can only jump this far, but this ledge is that far, so I have to use an ability to get across this gap. And this margin we've just decided is something like 64 pixels. So the player's like sphere of normal influence can't really be much more than like, if you want your game to have like at least 2 or 3 beats of level design in it, the player can't really do much more than like this. And I'm thinking about making it less, because the less the player can do without abilities, the more obvious it is when you can use abilities. So yeah, they should be more stampy. You should be able to just stamp the level design and say, yep, that's this little puzzle, that's a room, done. I don't know what chat's talking about. Some business to business something, I don't know. This, I'm just doing stuff that I think would work in a chapter 2 kind of area. I don't yet know, like, I don't think it necessarily fits into chapter 2, but the overgrown elements are chapter 2 things. There's more to this, I think, too. There's kind of like... And then you do your items, like pots and stuff like that. Like, that's another thing that I just don't do. It's like, oh, you have like pots, but like they're not there for any purpose. Whereas like here, it's like, oh, they're like offerings to some god or whatever. Just giving like a little bit more purpose for things. Already, this feels way closer to what I would want my game to sort of like be able to do. Yeah. Even, oh man, like if you go one step further, imagine we put like a broken ladder on the ground. You just imply that the player should be going up there just because other people used to. And now the wall climb is just like a thing that is it's a solution to a problem that you wouldn't have had to have. You wouldn't have had to have. It's like an implied solution to a puzzle, to a problem that you wouldn't have had to have. But now you have to have that solution, and good thing you've got it, because This whole place is falling into disarray. Why is the player going to get to the upper ledge? Because the next door is there. And maybe a treasure chest for their troubles. Okay, a broken thing as well. Oh, that's actually really good. No, it was a good point. Probably don't even need this. This is probably a little bit noisy. It's probably a little bit noisy. And frankly, it's a little bit noisy. Could just have soot. As well. It doesn't have to be like just embers. Just some particles. Hello, Universal. I was just thinking about you. I was thinking about what you'd think about what I'm doing right now. That's crazy. Gandalf the Grey.
All right. What you're wondering is whether or not I can do the accent. And of course, the answer is yes. Very well. And with very much ease. There hasn't been much trouble this past age in doing such an accent. And so you should be more than comfortable listening and hearing it. Whether for the first time or for the 100th time, the Gandalf impression never fails. It's a small piece of magic in this world. To be able to contort one's voice to be that of another. A very, very useful piece of magic, mind you. But one that must be used carefully. And certainly not to speak words that cannot be uttered here. Such as the black speech of Mordor.
Saruman?
Saruman. But Gandalf. You consume too much of the halfling's leaf. Gandalf the Grey. The Grey.
There we go.
The hour is late.
Pippin? I can't do all the voices. Pippin? No, I haven't tried that one. Let's stick with deep voices for now.
Tree, I am no tree. I am an ant.
Let's stick with the deep ones.
We are on nobody's side, because nobody is on my side. We have decided you are not orcs. We do not say anything unless it takes a long time to say.
Okay. Cool. Good morning. Woken up by the cast and crew of Lord of the Rings. Well, when directing this scene, we wanted to make sure that the hobbits looked really small, so we made 2 sets. I'm not proposing that I do this, by the way. I'm just doing it for fun. There we go. And now it's Wonderwood. So, yeah. Universal, we're just thinking about like the idea of making the game a bit more like the bits in the level are world buildy, like making the bits look more like sets and the puzzles look more obvious rather than just using a tile set for everything. Obviously, you would still do repetition of assets. You would still reuse stuff, but it just makes it more specific. We were looking at a lot of different games and we were concerned about the fact that right now levels like this one feel like an ant farm and there's not much happening. So the suggestion is, well, it's hard to edit this because if you make this bigger, you have to shift all of this around. It's all ugly. And it's a bit hard to get the pacing right. Like it's hard to feel like you're going into meaningful different places. Yeah. So instead, what if we split all of the levels up into like specific scenes where something's happening and then make the art less detailed, but more like looking at this. Like this took me how long? But this took like 5 minutes. And this just has a lot more presence in it. So like creating more frames. Yeah. Do you remember the game Nevermore? This was actually one of my early inspirations for Insignia. I feel like I was thinking about this back in like when we lived on Watkins Road. Back in the day. Where it's like, these are shots, you know, specific things. And it doesn't have to be more detailed. It's just that the details themselves have more meaning in them. So coming back to this isn't more detailed than current Insignia, but it certainly feels more like purpose, like there's more purpose in the space. Yeah, we talk about on stream, we say a lot, we say the difference between place versus space. Insignia has a lot of spaces, but not a lot of places. Or at least a lot of the places just feel like spaces. I mean, I can, Robin, but only because the game is quite small. But it should be easier than it is right now. For someone who's just played the game, they should be able to tell, and they probably couldn't very obviously. It should be possible. It is a big trap. I need to be careful about the way Blasphemous is as a game. But I think the goal is to make elements that don't feel similar. There's almost something like, you know, we talk about character being something that happens, like when you polish everything down, you shave away all the character. Like the character is in the rough edges. I think Blasphemous gets away with that quite well. It's got a lot of rough edges, but that's where a lot of the character is. So for me, thinking about Blasphemous, I just would avoid over detailing it. That's all. I don't know how, like this scene here, my version of this in Insignia could be, I mean, I have stuff like this already. Looking at like this kind of thing here is my version of that. And I would say maybe here we're pretty close to the limit. On detail. And it's more about making more confident strokes rather than making lots of little, you know, being too picky about the pixels. Like getting these lines right is fine. I can fix all that. But it's more about like leaving out details in other assets is an absolute no-go if the background is as detailed as it is in Blasphemous. Well, that's why I think the backgrounds should be less detailed. That's kind of what brings us back to this. If the backgrounds are like literally like this, then you have some space to work with. If you set the floor too high, yeah, the ceiling ends up being super high. The range of detail needs to be pretty broad. And like this is pretty high detail for something that doesn't have that much importance. That's, I guess, the thing that's really bothering me. Like when I look at this, even here, like this stuff here, like maybe the ladder's a little bit too loud, like break it away, break it away. You know, maybe we should sort of go over this with a lot of green so that it's just sort of more of like the value looks like a ladder, but not the color. Just because it's doing so much right now. I also think throwing the palette away might be what we need to do here. I think my palette by default is designed to put minimum distance between very few colors, which is still a lot of distance. But I think minimum distance between arbitrary colors is what we want. Like literally just, okay, I need this to not stand out. Let's just pick 3 colors that are really close to each other and be done with it. Like rather than sit here and try to pick which of the preset colors I've got will work. Like if I just need to knock it back, I can just knock it back. I think I'm ready to just prioritize the game being good rather than the pixel art being authentic. Dead Cells. I think Dead Cells, let's look at it. It's been a while. Oh. That's pretty good. Low detail. Nice concept. From memory, it's a lot of spaces, not a lot of places. But the depth, the color depth is really good. So like, it's 2 layers, foreground, background. You can clearly see where the geometry is. Pretty good. The lights are nice. These are really cool. That's beautiful. There's some normal mapping going on there. Doors really clearly set out. That's cool. Environmentally, it's I mean, it's all dungeon. it's all very generic dungeon, but that's not really a problem for what this game is. As a roguelike, you have to do that, right? Maybe you could have some procedural like shops or something that break it up a little bit, but in terms of like as a level, it's fine. It's good. The problem that Insignia has is that it's trying to do, wow, I really just read that as condom. It said condemned. Yeah, there you go. There's a shop and it's got custom art. Perfect. I think it's like, if you're not trying to do something specific, then don't make the art specific. So like this isn't supposed to be a special room where someone lives. It's just a room. So in Insignia, when I do have an NPC somewhere, it's like they should have a room so that you can remember where you met them. And that room, their little hut that they live in or whatever, should be somewhere specific. Now, for me personally, I think that Dead Cells, Cyan Mao worked on it. Thomas Fechtmeyer, yeah. Fechtmeyer. I think Dead Cells, the frame breaks down visually when there's so many VFX on the screen and so many lights. I don't like it for Insignia for sure. But for a roguelike, that's kind of par for the course. I'm starting to think that this stuff should kind of not really be in the way. Christmas light diarrhea. Who called it that? I never heard that before. That's a new one. Hey, Pat, I was talking to Tom today, and he said something I quite liked. He said something like, if you're going to put a detail somewhere, if you're going to go to the effort of doing something, you might as well make it look obvious rather than try to hide it. I thought that was pretty good advice. I'm going to use that. Like, making details that are quiet is, what's the point of that? Like, if you want it to not be noticeable, it's not universally true, obviously. There'd be reasons why you would want things to be quiet, but like this thing, it's either there for a reason or it's not. And if it's going to be there, then it should be obvious that it's there. Yeah, he asked about you. All right. Well, if I did my Insignia proper spin on this, I think we'd be looking okay. Hey, Chartle. I think there's probably even more we could do, but I would need a bigger screen to do that. But that's a nice frame for sure. It's not a super practical one, but it does showcase the game. The game elements. Yeah, like watching Armin do the thing here could be a lot cooler. And I think actually like this, we could push that so much further. Like right now, this is like super weak of an idea. I think it could be like much, much stronger. We just haven't got a lot of depth in the level yet. Yeah, you could do that. It's just a concept. I mean, it doesn't matter one way or another. This is just an idea for a level. Like, there can be parts that have that. There can be parts that don't. It doesn't really, it's not a huge deal either way. Because I wouldn't make a rule to never have the roofs be in. But I think it's like, you know, it's one thing to have this be a flag. It's another thing to, again, tell more of the story. It's like, is there supposed to be a frame that the flag is sitting on? Is it, like, what is it? Chartle, this is an attempt to imagine the game from the perspective of a level designer first. Specifically, like the game elements first. So like you can get pots. Why are there pots? Where would the pots be placed? Thinking about it from like story intersecting with actions you can take in the game. It's like, oh, there's like a statue that these people prayed to or whatever, and they place the pots near the statue. Or like, this is a thing you can climb up. Oh, there used to be a ladder here, and a vine grew and broke the ladder, but you have a wall climb ability that lets you climb up vines. Oh, there's like a torch here with that's like the wind is blowing across this, and there's like a flag that's here. It's like a little signpost that you can do some sort of wall jump across the gap to get to this chest. It's like more motivated game like visual design. And that's really just because I think right now a lot of the detail in the graphics isn't serving anything. Hello. Hi. I will be. Okay, it's only 5:56.
Okay.
She's hungry. Look out. Look out, chat. The heck?
I'm gonna go for a walk, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Are you stopping or not?
I will stop soon, yeah. How?
I can go after you're not on it.
You should go now, and then how long are you going to be? Like an hour?
No, 40 minutes.
40 minutes. I'll time it so that it's ready when you get back.
Oh.
What? That's what I always do.
Nice.
Well, I'm a nice person.
That's sweet.
Uh-huh. Okay, go for it. What the heck is going on with my computer? Dude, I can't scroll. Hello? Is my pen finally dying? No, the D key is just confused. All right. So, what's the takeaway here? Smaller levels. What do you think, YouTube viewers? What do you reckon? I didn't ask you, Twitch. I feel like the exit could be a bit clearer. Yeah, right now the exits aren't that clear. You're right. Let's just pretend for now that we can just get away with this. Twitch sounds like an epithet. Shut up, Twitch. Is that what that word means? Like a derogatory word? Right now, it looks like you should leave by going up. You should leave by going up. What? Okay. See Universal. Through the ceiling. Through the ceiling? Oh, up this way. Sure. Gotcha. He's in jail. Get back out of here. So there's more we could do for sure. I mean, like, definitely, particularly when it comes to using large pieces of art to frame things in the space. We're not really doing that at all. This is kind of cool, but it would be good to have something more specific, I guess. I suppose we could do something like this. Nah. I mean, there should probably be trees there or something like that. But like mostly washed out kind of blue. And then you could have this stuff creeping in here. so important. It's like, I find this so often happens to me where it's like, you draw something and it's like, you drew the thing. It's like, okay, now age the thing. Okay, now you aged the thing. Okay, but now show what caused the aging. Oh, okay. So now it's like there are cracks in the wall. It's like there's a wall. Okay. But the wall's cracked. Oh, okay. And there's vines coming through it. Oh, okay. Like it's not a story until you can explain why it's the way that it is. Not saying this is good yet, but you know, the colors aren't right, but the direction's right. What? Yeah, I think this is one of those areas where you just have to pick the colors as you need them. Can I test running around in this? Not right now. But I could. I mean, it's not hard to do. Oh, my computer is like the device is, oh my God. The driver, I think, has just gone haywire. Uh-oh. Does that include my Bluetooth? Yep. Yep. All right, I think that's time to go. Keyboard dead. Bluetooth dead. All right. Well, this was fun. I don't even know how we're going to get to the next... how are we going to find someone to raid? Can't type twitch.tv. So, thanks everybody. I had a lot of fun today, actually. This ended quite productively, and we had some really cool ideas sort of pop up. I can't zoom out. Please wishlist Insignia if you're interested in it. I think let's save this. I know, God, I'm gonna need to do like on-screen keyboard. No, you're helpful. It's helpful. So this is I'm gonna have to push this further, though. I think so. I think it's not quite there yet. But that's okay. We'll get there. Like this was totally underbaked. The vines. How tall is the player? The player is 52 pixels tall at the moment. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I will probably won't see you tomorrow because I think I might try to do a video for YouTube. Otherwise, I'll be working on contract stuff nonetheless. So unfortunately, that's just what's going to happen. So I will see you all Thursday. Alrighty. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.